Good morning and welcome to the new year and the Scenic Rim Regional Council Ordinary Meeting for Wednesday the 28th of January 2026, and I now declare the meeting open. I'd like to begin the meeting by acknowledging the traditional owners on the lands on which we meet and pay our respects to elders past, present and future. I believe we have a full attendance today with no apologies, and we'll now like to introduce and welcome via telephone Pastor Josh Cox for prayers. Good morning, Pastor Cox.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors and staff. Happy New Year. Hope you've had a lovely and blessed Christmas. Thank you for the opportunity again. Sorry I can't be with you, but I just want to offer some prayers and just a little reading. I've been getting up at at dawn over the last probably 4 or 5 weeks. I've picked up a little slashing job with a neighbour. He wanted a bit of a hand, so I've been doing some early mornings with that, and particularly with the start of the new year, and a lot of the kids are back either yesterday or today to our schools, and that thought of rising early in the morning, my mind went to Lamentations chapter 3:22, fairly well-known verses, but through the Lord's mercies we are not consumed, because his compassions fail not. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. The Lord is my portion, says my soul, therefore I hope in him. And it's just those three ideas that God's mercies, it's because of his mercies that we're able to continue on. They are actually new every morning, and that's a good thing. He is faithful to us, and we can find our hope in him. And so that's my prayer for this year, for myself and my congregation, the people of the Scenic Rim, and for this meeting in particular. So let me pray. Lord Heavenly Father, we commit this meeting to you. We thank you, dear Lord, for this time of Christmas, New Year. For some of us, Lord, we've had a moment of rest and relaxation. For others, it's been busy, perhaps just around home or doing other things or travelling. But Lord, we thank you for the opportunity of gathering together for this meeting, for the start of new things for 2026. And we pray, Lord, for this year, this coming year, and for this meeting in particular, Lord, we pray and thank you, Lord, for your mercies, for your faithfulness, that we can hope in you. And so particularly want to pray, Lord, for wisdom and guidance for the next couple of hours of this meeting, and particularly that for the councillors, the staff, and all who are involved, and we commit ourselves to you. We ask all these things in the name of our Saviour Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Pastor Josh, thank you so much for your prayers, your wisdom and your guidance, and your consideration to be with us today, even though it's online. And we wish you every success for the year, and thank you always for your service to the people of our region.
It's a pleasure and honour. Thanks for that. Have a good day.
You too. All right, just in relation to public question time, we did receive a question from a constituent, and that has been taken on notice by the meeting today. The questions was not received at least 5 full business days prior to the ordinary meeting, as required by Council's adopted policy. So to ensure that the information remains consistent with the policy, so we will look to provide a written response to those questions on notice next week, and are also happy to address those questions at the next council meeting. Thank you. Do we have any declarable or prescribed conflicts of interest? Thank you. There are no announcements today, and I believe there's no petitions to be presented. Thank you. Could I have a motion for the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting, please? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move the motion that the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 10th of December 2025 be adopted.
Seconded to that motion, Councillor Cryer. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. There's no business arising, so we will now move to item 11.1, and I call upon Councillor Chalk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today I will pleased to introduce report 11.1, which is a leave of absence from Councillor Jennifer Sanders. I'll take the report as read, and I'll just move the following motion that Council grant Councillor Jennifer Sanders leave of absence from the ordinary meeting to be held on 25th of March 2026.
A seconder to that motion? Councillor Cryer. Councillor Chalk, you don't wish to?
I've got nothing to add unless the councillor wishes to speak. So.
Certainly. No, thank you. I put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now call upon Councillor McInnes to introduce item 11.2.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to introduce 11.2, the Council of Mayors South East Queensland Dubai Mission 2025. Just a bit of background, and for probably those who aren't the audience here and those listening at home, Council of Mayor consists of 11 different councils.
Yes.
Was it?
It's 11, spot on.
11, or is it 10? South Coast are not part of that at the present time, but all the other South East Queensland mayors are. And there was a Asia Pacific Summit that was held in Dubai, and the mayor attended that, and it's they do a very good job, the Council of Mayors, and appreciate the work they do. And I take the report as read. Do you like me to move the recommendation, Mayor?
Happy for you to do that, Councillor.
Okay, Council note that the Mayor Tom Sharp participated in the international mission of the Council of Mayors South East Queensland to Dubai during October 2025, and 2, Council accept the Council of Mayors South East Queensland Mission 2025 post-mission report as attached. I so move.
Thank you. Seconder to the motion? Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Look, if I just might, with indulgence of the members, just add to that and talk a little bit about the mission. And maybe talk directly to the impact for the Scenic Rim. And the impact is in terms of direct impact and what comes away immediately from that mission, there is not a great direct impact for Scenic Rim. That is the simple fact. The greater impact is for all of southeastern Queensland, and this is something that the Council of Mayors, led by Adrian Schrinner, our chair, and Lord Mayor of Brisbane City Council, emphasises that the Council of Mayors is one of the biggest advocacy groups in Australia. Collectively, Queensland stands on par with the Greater Sydney region, South East Queensland, and also the Greater Melbourne region. And it helps as a coordinated group to advocate, number one, which was why the $1.8 billion city deal came about previously. But importantly in this setting, and one of the key initiatives from this forum was to put forward South East Queensland on the international stage leading into 2032. And the report immediately talks to that opportunity and that impact. And we in the Scenic Rim, hopefully, and I know there's a lot of debate about rowing, which we won't go into, but as a tourism destination and as the backyard of a lot of the major metropolitan councils, we will have significant economic benefits flowing from that event in 2032. Additionally, it is difficult on the international stage for Brisbane to get traction on its own. Everyone in Australia knows where Brisbane is. It's not as well known as on the international stage as one might think. and the iconic Sydney and Harbour Bridge and Opera House speaks for itself. So this is a promotional exercise. There were a significant number of activities that we had to fill in, site visits in those during the course of those 5 business days. And some of them were directly impactful or an opportunity for learnings for our region in the Scenic Rim. And if I might just highlight a couple of those out of the report. There was a site visit to a place called, or a company owned by Emirates called Bustanica. And that is a sustainable food production facility that supplies to the Emirates flight catering worldwide. And it is one of the largest indoor vertical farms, producing more than 1 million kilograms of fresh pesticide-free leafy greens every year. I won't go into the location and a lot of other detail, but will mention that it is a closed-loop irrigation system that uses 95% less water than traditional agriculture, eliminates the need for pesticides, herbicides, or fungicides, and prevents soil degradation, water contamination, and agricultural waste. These are some of the things that warrant, and particularly with our economic development team within council, that can support our region for the new initiatives that are coming to this world that may have possible applications here in the Scenic Rim. Off the top of my head, looking at such stock to be grown, such as barley, in a situation this is a feedstock for the cattle industry, and particularly in times of drought, and what we're seeing that's happening in terms of pasture management on the ground here in the Scenic Rim. I mentioned that as one example where there are opportunities directly for our industry, for our farmers. There was also, and I won't go into the details because it just will take up too much time, it is covered in this report. There was a waste to energy site visit, which is very critical for our region at this point in time and southeast Queensland, and there is an item coming up later in the agenda that relates directly to that, 12.1, and also advanced manufacturing for modular housing is in that report and directly potentially impacts us as we look at opportunities for the development of the Brommelton Industrial Estate. Thank you. Thank you for your indulgence, members. Are there any questions in relation to the motion? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I move on to item 11.3 and call upon Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to introduce this item. The item is 11.3, notice of motion by Councillor Jennifer Sanders, re-item 11.8, extension of road network, Graham's Dip Road, ordinary meeting held on 10th of December 2025. I'd like to move directly to the motion. I'm sorry, Sharon, I'm just going to change very slightly if I can. Option 2, that Council repeal the resolution from the ordinary meeting held on 10th of December 2025 in relation to item 11.8, full stop.
Do I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Chalk. Thank you. Councillor Sanders, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, please. Thanks, guys. Okay, my reasons are as follows. I think we may have just gotten ahead of ourselves, and the first thing that this council should have done in this case was review our road policy, which is the provision of the road network. If this is out of date or incorrect, or we need to adjust it in some way, it's a councillor's job to provide policy direction. So I suggest that we repeal this decision and we go back to our policy first, we have some good discussions and we review it properly. The reasons for my repeal are as follows. Firstly, the recommendation provided by the council staff was very professional. It provided an accurate assessment. To ignore the recommendation shows a complete lack of due process and judgment. If acting contrary to the officer's recommendations, there must be a list of reasons why the decision was taken, and there wasn't. Secondly, the decision is outside of the corporate plan 2025 to 2030, and I quote, key outcomes 2.2 on integrated transport, council's local road network is maintained and systematically upgraded through a strategic asset management approach, and the capital works program is delivered effectively. Signature projects develop and deliver a local road investment program to upgrade local roads with investment decisions informed by asset management planning. This one-off decision of investment for roads not included in its asset register is not in accordance with Council's adopted corporate plan. Thirdly, this does not comply... Sorry.
I'm sorry. It was very important.
Yes, sorry.
And would you mind reading it again?
Oh,
Just a
of
little
course,
bit,
of course.
Because
Sorry.
I think it's an important
Corporate
piece.
plan, yes,
So
certainly.
if you could just go... I'm sorry, councillor.
No, that's... I thought I must have done something procedurally wrong, so that was good. Okay, so the decision is outside of our corporate plan 2025 to 2030. The key outcomes is 2.2 on integrated transport. Council's local road network is maintained and systematically upgraded through a strategic asset management approach, and the capital works program is delivered effectively. So signature projects develop and deliver a local road investment program to upgrade local roads with investment decisions informed by asset management planning. This one-off decision of investment for roads that are not included in the assets register is not in accordance with the council's adopted corporate plan. Thirdly, it does not comply with the council policy provision of road network. Under the extension of road network, we have some information, and I'm not going to read it all out today because we'll be here forever. So additions to the road network should be in accordance with the council policy, and this resolution conflicts with the council policy. Fourthly, this decision is contrary to the Asset Management Plan. Asset Management Plans are Local Government Act requirements, and they're put and input into the investment plan for the next 10 financial years. The resolution has not been based on the current Asset Management Plan requirements for investment. It doesn't comply with the budget 2025 to 26. The road has not been included in the adopted 10-year financial plan. The resolution commits future council to budget allocations that have not been addressed in accordance with council processes. There's been no evidence of prioritisation assessment to warrant the investment over and above other unconstructed roads, which ratepayers on these roads are given fair consideration. The decision has ignored council adopted plans and policy. 6, there was no budget attached to the item, and I know that some of us are new to being councillors, but it's really not good decision making when we make these sort of things on the fly. We only guess at the cost that the ratepayers will have to bear. It is fiscally irresponsible to make a decision without a budget, and the budget will be, now we know, in excess of $1 million for 7 residents. It would mean that the entire rate base pay for 7 residents' roads, and that doesn't make any sense. 7, the Local Government Act 2009 dictates that Queensland local governments must operate for their entire community and serve their entire community by adhering to specific principles that promote accountability, efficiency and sustainability. The Act requires that all actions and decisions made by councillors are in the public interest and support social inclusion. This does not comply with the Local Government Act. Under the key principles of the Act for serving the population, Section 4 of the Act outlines principles that local governments must follow, including transparent decision-making, sustainable development, democratic representation, good governance and ethical conduct. Councillors are required to operate with public accountability through transparent decision-making and fair and equitable rating systems. This decision affects the entire population to serve 7 people and therefore does not comply with the Local Government Act principles for serving the entire population. 8, under the principles decision-making in the public interest, prioritising the community's overall needs, social inclusion and community engagement, and good governance, ensuring processes are transparent and effective. Under the purposes of the Act, we must be accountable, responsible to the community and not just individuals. Effective, efficient and sustainable, providing services and infrastructure that serve the entire population. And under good rule of government, local governments are charged with good rule and local government as part of Queensland, which means they have the authority to make laws and decisions for the benefit of the entire area. The local government also states that under councillor conduct and obligations, councillors as representatives of the community have specified and specific legislated obligations to act in the interest of the public, which include acting in the public interest for the entire community, complying with the Code of Conduct for councillors in Queensland, and ethical and legal behaviour, ensuring they do not misuse information or their position for private gain. This decision will be viewed as a way to set a precedent for these 5G roads, which could open council up to millions of dollars worth of works and extra maintenance. And lastly, financial management and rates. This Act requires councils to be financially sustainable and manage their infrastructure effectively. When levying rates, councils are expected to operate under guidelines that encourage fairness and equity across the community rather than disproportionately benefiting individuals. In summary, the Local Government Act ensures that while councils may deal with individual matters, their primary legal mandated focus is on good rule for the entire municipality and acting in public interest. If we as councillors go against professional officers' recommendations, which is fine and we can do, and we have to be very careful and certain that we have reviewed the legislation and the regulations, are aware of the consequences of our decisions and are acting in good faith for the betterment of the entire and whole community and within the Local Government Act. This decision does not meet those expectations.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Is there anyone, before we go on further, any questions from the members? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Just one question through the Chair to Councillor Sanders. Towards the end of your comments, could I ask, was there any indication of a councillor obtaining a private gain from this motion or what we approved previously in December? Thank you.
Not that I know of at this time.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I found Councillor Sanders' rather detailed explanation and referral to fiscal responsibility and economic sustainable very enlightening. Thank you. Mayor, the first issue I want to raise, and I just want some clarification if I could. I notice our governance officer is in the council here. I understand that the councillor has amended her motion that was emailed to all councillors outside of the 5-day period. And my first question is a councillor able to amend the motion to repeal with less than 5 days' notice? That's my first question.
To the CEO.
Governance coordinator?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Are you referring to the amendment was just done now?
Yes. So the councillor emailed all councillors some time ago with a notion to the intention to appeal the resolution of the 10th December ordinary meeting. This morning we walk in and the motion has not been repealed, it's been amended, and we haven't been given the 5 days notice of that change of tact. And I'm just wondering whether that is actually legal or lawful. I would suggest it's possibly not, but I'm not the expert in the field.
The motion was to repeal the resolution from the ordinary meeting held on 10th of December in relation to item 11.8.
So if I may, I'll just wait for the governance officer's feedback before I continue.
Certainly, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I think we're getting into a sort of a technical area of the interpretation of the legislation in relation to the notice to repeal or amend a previous resolution. Just on the information given now, I can't give you a definitive answer on that, other than it seems like the intent was the same. It's not a different outcome, or there's obviously a change or amendment to that particular resolution. The effect would be, if it was ruled invalid, is we would have to come back again and go through the same process. But I'm not prepared to make a call on the technical sort of legislative point on that, because it seems as though it's the same. It's altered wording, but it's the same intent in relation to councillors were notified of the intention to amend or repeal that particular resolution.
I just note that Councillor Sanders' intention appeared to repeal the entire motion, which, as we all know, under the Local Government Act, council are unable to repeal a motion once it's been enacted. So I note that part one of the original motion has actually been completed, and the cost.
Councillor, could I just interrupt you for a moment?
Sure.
And ask the governments, I think, and concur with your findings through the CEO, concur with the findings of the intent of the motion. So to respect that, that it be looked upon that the repeal of the motion, because I think is inclusive of the whole motion, the points that are set out. Is my question to the officer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think really there's two options here. Either the councillors accept that the motion is valid and that process was followed, or alternatively we lay the matter on the table and we can go and get some advice and clear up whether or not it's the correct process that's been followed in relation to this.
So what I'm trying to say is I accept the intent, so it's inclusive of the motion it was a repeal, so we're looking at the motion. Scroll.
So the initial motion was...
That we're looking at the entire initial motion.
Yeah, that's correct.
Simple as that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and that was my earlier point, that the intent, the item was about repealing or amending a particular resolution, and the requirement under the legislation was that councillors that receive notification that that matter is going to be brought up for this ordinary meeting. The technicalities around the change of wording or the amending of the wording that's going to be proposed doesn't substantially alter the intent of the original notification. But as I said, I don't have all the information in front of me, and to make a call on the fly in relation to a fairly technical aspect of what you're asking, Councillor Moriarty, is a little bit difficult to do, and I need some time to go and consider that.
Thank you. Obviously, you're happy with that to proceed, Councillor?
Happy to. I'm not really happy to proceed, because the legislation is quite clear that a councillor are unable to repeal a motion once it's been enacted.
So please put forward your case. What I'm saying is that we're looking at the entire...
Yeah, we're looking at the entire motion from 10th of December, not looking at one part of the motion. A resolution is a resolution is deemed to be acted on if its contents have been communicated in writing to a person whose interests are affected, or if a statutory process has started to implement the decision. By undertaking the assessment, which has now been completed, that satisfies the second part. The first part, that the motion has been the contents of the motion have been communicated in writing to a person whose interests are affected. I note that on the 19th of January, the residents ratepayers of Grahamsdip Road solicitor received an email from council to do with a right to information request that was with council, and there was quite a little bit of that why the request was going to be denied, etc., etc. But the telling part at the end of the email was that further, I'm of the understanding, this is from a council officer emailed to the solicitor, Further, I'm of an understanding that a report went to Council's last ordinary meeting on December 2025 regarding this matter, and it was agreed that the road would be inspected with a view to be upgraded and maintained by Council. I'm not sure if this will assist your clients in narrowing the scope of the application. The motion that was passed was then attached to that email. So clearly the motion that was passed on the 10th of December has been communicated to the residents requesting the road be upgraded or maintained at least, and that is in writing, and it has been communicated by Council to those people. So again, I come back to the point that under the Local Government Act, Council are unable to repeal a motion once the contents have been communicated in writing to a person whose interests are affected.
That's okay.
Oh, I've got I could go on for hours, but if we're going to move forward, I would contend that we can't move forward. So beyond that, if Council are going to say we're going to move forward, I'll peddle out the other 50 odd pieces of information I've got with regard to the matter, but I don't think we can move forward. I think quite clearly, as the officer mentioned, we are well maybe in breach of the legislation by trying to repeal this motion by altering it.
Mr Mayor, I have a different view.
Sorry, Council, we'll let you sum up. And this is something, so you want to leave it there?
No, I might just add, can I add a little bit more, Mayor?
Okay. And you're...
So the council have brought up any number of items, citing that we're setting a precedent, citing that we're doing all of this and all of that sort of thing. I did refer to the issue of Left-Hand Branch Road in the December meeting, but I didn't really go into too much detail. And the reason why I did that was because, it probably wasn't so relevant at the time, but I think it's relevant at the moment. So what happened in 2017 with Left-Hand Branch Road, Chair, is there was an issue where somehow I think Council had been maintaining Left-Hand Branch Road for a number of years. At some point or other, that road was dropped off Council's asset register after Tropical Cyclone Debbie. A resident who resides at the end of Left-Hand Branch Road contacted Council to have the road, some work done on the road so that they could get access to their home and property again. Council said, sorry, it's an unconstructed road. The resident was somewhat confused. The resident reached out to their local councillor, who's my predecessor, Councillor West. Councillor West flicked an email off to Council. The item was brought before the Corporate Services Committee meeting on the 18th of September 2017. And in that meeting, the Director's recommendation to the meeting was that Council amend its road register to extend Left-Hand Branch Road Darlington to a length of 5,937 metres from its intersection with Kerry Road, in accordance with Council's provision for road network policy, comprising an unsealed standard. The committee recommendation was that the Director of Infrastructure Services recommendation be adopted. That was moved by Councillor Stanfield, seconded by Councillor Enright, and carried. And I believe Councillor McInnes, you were probably sitting in on that meeting. Then the residents got a letter from Council dated the 17th of October 2017, so the next month. Provision of road network, Left-Hand Branch Road, Darlington. I refer to your email address to Councillor West, dated 3rd of June 27, regarding the above matter, and advise as follows. At Council's Corporate and Community Services meeting on the 18th of September, the committee recommended that Council amend its road register to extend Left-Hand Branch Road, Darlington to a length of 5,397 metres from its intersection with Kerry Road, in accordance with Council's provision of road network policy, comprising an unsealed standard. This recommendation was adopted at Council's ordinary meeting held on the 25th of September 2017. It is anticipated that these works will be undertaken in the first half of 2018. However, due to ongoing works and restoring central public assets damaged during severe tropical cyclone Debbie and associated rainfall and flooding, an exact time frame for these works cannot be provided at this time. In the interim, council officers will monitor the location and undertake any necessary works, maintenance as required. Now, Chair, the reason I raise that is fast forward 9 years from 2017 to 2026, and we find ourselves in a situation where council by resolution have approved a motion and agreed to accept, taking on balance all of the information provided in that meeting to resolve an ongoing, long-standing situation, which for a road which there is considerable evidence to suggest that at some point at least was a council road and should be a council road. There was a road contribution paid back in the early 1990s. I've got emails from council officers confirming that that was obviously, that road's contribution was intended to be a contribution to the road being accepted onto council's asset register and becoming a road. I can read those emails out if I have to, if someone would like to hear them. But the core point I'm making here is that for a councillor to come into the council and try to repeal a motion that was passed only a few weeks ago by a majority of councillors, I find that astonishing, to be honest, because if everybody who disagreed with an agreement in this council, just because they disagreed with the agreement, turned around and said, well, I'm going to move to repeal that at the next council meeting, we'd be spending our whole council meeting, we'd be spending days dealing with motions from councillors to repeal things. The intention of the meeting was quite clear. The councillors made a decision that on the balance of probabilities, this is a road that council should be responsible for and that we should accept it onto our asset register. The legislation is quite clear that it has been acted upon. We said that earlier, it's been acted upon because part 1, and out of interest's sake, part 4 has actually been enacted upon because the Department of Transport and Made Roads have actually upgraded the intersection, so that's not even relevant. The TMR accepted responsibility for the road and for their portion of the road, and they've actually completed that work already. So the people of Graham's Road, the residents ratepayers of Graham's Road, they've received an email from council advising of the motion. They are obviously affected parties, and I can see no legal reason that we would seek to repeal this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. I do want to spend a little time in listening to everyone today because I think it's an important, a highly important matter, and I think there is a path forward where we as a council can find a solution. I think, and I'm going to carry on, but you know, both sides of the debate so far are raising highly interesting and relevant points. So if we can, is there, and I'm now going to call to the members, is there someone who wishes to talk in favour of the motion? Councillor Chalk.
Yes, there's a few technical elements to this, and I'll do my best to try and explain it. So the motion seeks to repeal this motion, and the councillor explained why, because it doesn't meet a fair few elements of this motion. I raised this on the day that if councillors are supportive of Graham's Road being upgraded, they need to form a motion that is in line with good governance and follows our policies. That's all this motion is suggesting. This is repealing this motion, which has breached a number of good governance, financial principles, our own policies that we set, which would probably take it back to the start. And then if councillors still wish in this room to proceed with upgrading of this road, they need to do it in line with all those principles. That's all that's being asked here at the moment, and then we all get the chance at a future point to review that in its whole entirety. We can see what the consequences of doing this will be for the whole region and this whole 63 kilometres of roads that are identified like this, and we can proceed in a way that we are assured we can afford it, and that we can let the residents know how it's going to be paid for, because this, as the councillor suggested, is over $1 million initial estimates. So, and we've got no idea how we're even going to pay for this. So that is not the way we do things in this council. The council has outlined the reasons why he thinks that this road should be upgraded, which is fine. I'm more than happy to hear that, but he needs to find a way that he can present a motion that doesn't breach all of our financial principles and policies and is in line with our way we do our budgets in this council, and he needs to go to explain to the residents of this region, the ratepayers, how it's going to be funded before we proceed with agreeing to something like this. So hopefully that explains what's going on here right now, that the repeal is about the motion which doesn't align with that, and if councillors wish to proceed, they need to do so in a way that doesn't breach so many policies.
Thank you, councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay.
Thank you. Through the chair, could I put a question to Councillor Moriarty, please? Yes, I was interested in the comment that he made about, as the work had already commenced, it's not possible to repeal the motion, given that two of the elements have started or been completed, one being the construction of the state-controlled intersection, and the second one, I believe we've seen photos of the yellow tags on the road, on the actual dirt road, showing that council has already commenced its investigation. So can Councillor Moriarty expand on that, please? Because I believe, my understanding is once something has commenced, you cannot repeal the motion that put it into play. Thank you.
Just, if I may, that's probably better directed to governance, unless there is something outside the governance component that you want to hear from Councillor.
No, thank you. Through you to governance in that instance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hay and Mr. Mayor. Look, I don't have all the information in front of me. I've heard different pieces of information being put forward by councillors, so I'm not in a position where I can make a definitive call right now in relation to the question that you're asking. It's a fairly unique circumstance. These don't happen every day, so I'd have to go and have a look at what's actually taken place and go and research that. So unfortunately, I just can't give you something on the fly to that technical question at the moment.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Mayor, could I just follow on from Councillor Hayes' question?
A further question?
No, the same question, but in a different direction. I just wonder whether our director could shed any light on it without putting you on the spot, James.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, we can confirm that point one has been is partially complete. It has been commenced but not completed. So the figures that were distributed to councillors yesterday afternoon show a preliminary estimate that's been undertaken to cost the capital upgrade for the length of Graham's Dip Road. Point one reads, the council complete an assessment of Graham's Dip Road, Bidadaba, in the 25-26 financial year to determine the works required and associated costs to upgrade the road to a 5D standard. We have preliminary estimates at this stage, which would need to be further refined through a detailed design process so that we understand the actual grading amounts, the bulk earthwork amounts, and the upgrade of the culverts and creek crossing that occurs on this stretch of road. So we have indeed commenced, but we have not yet completed point 1. With respect to point 4, the Department of Transport and Made Roads have indeed, as far as we are aware, undertaken and completed work on the intersection upgrade at the corner of Graham's Dip Road.
To be concluded at this meeting first or future.
I think that's answered it, hasn't it though, Mr Mayor?
Are you satisfied with that, councillor?
Could a subsequent question, please, Director? Is, did we ask them to do the upgrade on there, or did they, is it just part of their normal work, or, yeah?
Through you, Mr Mayor, understand this is just part of the standard TMR upgrades process along that stretch of road. Yep, and drainage works. Thank you.
Did you have a question? Okay.
I just
Take
want to
your
close
mic
it
off.
off. Yeah.
Yeah,
Close
if
it.
I could just, thank you. Is there, did you have a question, councillor?
Thank you, Chair. My question is, what Councillor Sanders is proposing is not actually a repeal, it's an amendment to the motion. So I'm seeking clarification. Is this, are we repealing the motion or are we amending the motion?
Councillor Sanders?
I think we're all doing our best here, and I think we really need to find a solution. We need some clean air. We need to find a way forward. We need to repeal this motion and start all over again. We need to have proper discussions, make sure that we're complying with everything and that our governance is in place and go forward. So if we can repeal this, this motion, I think we can come up with a better solution, a better motion that doesn't that is in line with what we do at this council. This has so many things where it doesn't comply with what we do. I think it was a decision on the fly. We amended the motion, which we probably shouldn't at the time, and we got to this point. And now we really need some clear air so we can go back, rethink about this, do it properly.
We're not repealing.
Repeal the motion. We need to repeal the motion.
Thank you, councillor. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Chair, I've just got to add.
One more question.
Oh, it's just a question. Are we repealing or amending? Because what the councillor is proposing is an amendment, not a repeal. Sorry.
Repeal.
It's a repeal. To answer that. You're wishing to talk against the motion, councillor?
No, I too
Have a question?
have a question.
Thank you.
It's a question for clarity because through the chair, governance mentioned that it maybe need to lie on the table until further information is gathered. Seems to be stuck on a technicality because number 1 in the previous motion, resolution is already underway with preliminary estimates. Whether it's completed or not, it's still underway. Number 4 is ultimately completed or on the way to being completed. Number 2 and number 3 are questionable in terms of implications of implementation. This appears to be the sticking point, which comes back to review of the roads policy. So the roads policy allows for different areas, like there is scope in there for a case-by-case road upgrade, but the first intention of the resolution was so that the road, Graham's Dip Road, could be maintained. This is where the review of the current road policy needs to be undertaken, because so that we don't have this $1 million question of whether it needs to be upgraded.
Sorry, could you get to your question, councillor?
Yeah. Okay, so the question, apologies, the question is, it appears to me that do we need to leave this on the table because it seems to have a technical problem with the whole thing of between 1 and 2, and then, sorry, between number 1 and number 4 being partially or fully completed.
That can, I would answer that it is a decision for the members, and we can refer that back to governance.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, you could pass a procedural motion to lie the matter on the table, which would be lying it on the table and dealt with later today in the meeting, or it could be deferred, a procedural motion to defer the matter to another subsequent ordinary meeting. And both of those options would give an opportunity to go and understand what it is, what issues have been raised, and get a legal position on it. Because at the moment there's competing viewpoints in relation to the legalities of the repeal. Therefore, those are the options available should councillors not be comfortable with proceeding with the matter as is.
Is there anyone, thank you, is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Thank you. Having listened and absorbed all of that, I would like to talk against the motion for one moment. But I'd like to highlight a point which I think was very well made by Councillor Sanders. And it's the point that why this has ever arisen in the first place. And Graham's Dip Road has been talked about since I've come into this council, an attempt to be addressed by the elected representative on behalf of the constituents. And I have not myself. I think we as a council, councillors and the council itself can do a hell of a lot better in resolving these matters. I'm glad it's come to a head in this way, and the point that I make that Councillor Sanders has raised is that a review of the road policy is overwhelmingly required. A number of other issues that Councillor Sanders raised in terms of asset management planning, integrated transport and other procedures, they are debatable. They are words on a paper. How well managed they are between the administration and the councillors and their priorities, well, they are always can be in question. What I doubt, in my mind, and it's my opinion, but I fully concur that, or not necessarily as Councillor Sanders is saying there's a problem with the policy, but she's requesting a review. I believe there are major problems with the policy, but it has been a trigger to where we have arrived at today. With that, I do support the situation that I don't want to be in a position that was raised by Councillor Moriarty, that because someone doesn't like the situation, that we are rescinding motions. Part of this work has already commenced, which draws us to the technical point that you cannot rescind a motion that has been acted upon. With that, and with the support of the members, I would like to move a procedural motion. I don't want to lay it on the table today to then force the council administration to have to deal with this in a rush manner and have to come back. I would like to move a procedural motion that we defer the matter to the next council meeting. And the councillors and the administration come back together in addressing policy and addressing a proper resolve to this matter for the constituents of this region. I put that motion to the floor. Those in favour? Sorry, before I put the motion, I just note, Councillor Chalk.
It's just, yeah, are we commenting on? No, I'll leave it. There's discussions to be had, and like I said in my comments earlier, that this has I believe this has larger impacts across the whole region, so that needs to be reviewed first, which is the correct process before we commit to something like this upgrade. So I think we should lay it on the table, Mr. Mayor, so I'm supportive of that. Not lay it on the table,
Defer
Defer
it to the next meeting. Councillor
Yeah.
McGuinness.
Yeah, Mayor, I haven't really commented on this, and if you would like to take the procedural matter, that you're probably right in doing that now, but I think it will be, as we investigate it more, we've approved 4 or 5 roads in the last 6 months where people have, it's going to be big dollars involved in those. Those people, I believe, have every right to come back to us now and say, well, why should I be paying to upgrade this road? If I'm unaware of any residents that actually live on this road. My understanding when I visited it didn't appear to be anyone living on the actual road. Councillor Sanders and Councillor Moriarty actually said residents. They might be landowners on there, but there shouldn't be any residents on there because it's not a maintained road at this point of time. And I just worry, and I think it's the right thing to do to lay it on the table, to defer it to another meeting and actually just find out what sort of money. I should have said in the first place, I've got a road to a property of mine that I can never remember a grader coming along there, but I don't think I've got any conflict at all because I don't think it'd ever be there. But I just, for openness sake, it's just an agricultural property and probably never will be a house built on there. But just for openness, I put that on the table.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
We will, for the effectiveness of the meeting, I'll put the procedural motion to the floor. I think those matters will come out in the sessions that we have leading into the next council meeting.
And am I able to just sum up my argument, or that will close the entire argument?
We're going to move it to defer the motion. So you are going to have those opportunities in due course. So, sorry?
We need to confirm the vote.
Yes. So with that, I propose a procedural motion that council defer item 11.3 to the next ordinary meeting. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. I move on to item 11.4 and call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.4, notice of motions by Councillor Stephen Moriarty, re-item 7.1, appointment of Deputy Mayor, post-election meeting held on 5th of April 2024. I'll move the motion that council, pursuant to section 262 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, amend the resolution 7.1, appointment of Deputy Mayor, which resolution appears on page 7 of the post-election meeting minutes of 5th of April 2024, by the way of deleting paragraph 2.
Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay, thank you. Councillor Moriarty, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe Council has sought legal advice, and that legal advice has been consistent in that I or any councillor can move a motion under section 165 of the Local Government Act that the position of Deputy Mayor be declared vacant by council resolution. In relation to the post-election meeting of the 5th of April 2024, councils will be aware that the Part 2 of the motion cannot be used to override Section 165 of the Local Government Act outlined previously, and if not removed, would be open to legal challenge and be in breach of the legislation. Regardless of that, all councillors will be aware of the fact that the discussion at the post-election meeting was never intended to preclude the possibility of a change of Deputy Mayor during this term of council. The discussion, as I recall, was around whether the Deputy Mayor role would be rotated on an annual or 2-yearly basis to allow other councillors the opportunity to gain experience in the role. Further, my recollection is that at the time, the Mayor was not in favour of a rotational or specified period for a councillor to be in the role as Deputy Mayor, but rather the councillors would be free to raise the matter or contest the position at any time should they see fit. So considering the legal advice received and noting the intention of councillors in the post-election meeting on the 5th of April 2024, I would like to move the motion that Council, pursuant to Section 262 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, amend Resolution 7.1, Appointment of Deputy Mayor, which resolution appears on page 7 of the post-election meeting minutes on 5th of April 2024 by way of deleting paragraph 2.
Thank you. We have a seconder to the motion. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer. You're talking against or a question?
It's probably most likely against. I believe that when we first put forward at the post-election meeting that the term was to be a 4-year term, I was quite supportive of the 2-by-2 term to allow for another councillor to put the hand up to gain experience. Instead, it was made clear that a 4-year term was desired with an option to review, not challenge, as we have ended up with a so-called challenge in a so-called media campaign. So this, I don't believe the intention at this point in time is for allowing another councillor to gain experience, but rather than to have a challenge. So that's what I do not think that we should be put forward as unstable at this time, and I think that the media campaign was unnecessary, and that people should have their view has ultimately nothing to do with the selection of Deputy Mayor position within our chamber. This could have been put forward within council. I'm all about being fair. I think, yes, the job can be shared, but I just don't agree with the way it has been done. So that's I'm therefore unable to support this motion, as I do not believe the true intent of this motion is to be supportive of a councillor's experience, instead to be one about a perceived power gain to show further instability within the chamber. And I apologise for that if anyone's upset.
I think you made some interesting points, but are not necessarily relevant to that motion, Councillor. But without going any further, I'll just call upon, is there someone wishing to talk for the motion? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I do disagree with some of Councillor Cryer's comments, but that's democracy in action. We all have our different opinions. There are councillors here who endured the previous term of council and the discussions and votes about the Deputy Mayor position and how long it should be and should it be rotated, and basically it boiled down to jobs for the boys at one point. I would like to just repeat something that Councillor Sanders said in relation to the previous motion, and that was, this was a decision made on the fly at the post-election meeting. It could only really be seen to be that, given that there are a significant number of new councillors at that meeting. given that we'd all been elected for about 5 minutes at the point that that came up. I'm pretty certain that the intent overall, based on what had happened in the previous term of council, was that in the long run, the role would be made available for other councillors who expressed an interest to gain experience in the role going forward. Given that if we leave it at 4 years for the current term, there will be no one other than the current incumbent of Deputy Mayor position who has experience in that role when the next election occurs. So I think it is unfortunate if we don't have any other councillors that have an opportunity to take on the role and responsibilities and support the Mayor in the role of Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think what we did when we were discussing this, I think we felt that Councillor McGuinness has lots of experience, he has lots of knowledge, he's got networks of politicians and people that he's built a relationship with over the last, can I say it, 20 odd years. And we were hoping, because you were a new mayor, Mr. Mayor, we thought that he could assist you and help and guide and direct because of all that knowledge and everything. I still would back the deputy as he is at the moment. I do believe that all councillors and mayors need to respect the office of not only the mayor but the deputy mayor, and we should support and encourage the deputy mayor in his role. I hope that that in the future that the mayor and CEO meetings and with the deputy mayor can share information such as meetings and events that that the mayor can't attend, and so the deputy mayor can do his job and step into those roles. I think all the councillors gain lots and lots of experience being councillors, and they get respect from their other councillors when they're doing a great job, and then it makes it really easy for us to vote on them to be a deputy mayor. So I think the mayor and the deputy mayor and everyone need to work on improving our team culture at council and getting the best out of all of us. So I'll continue to support the deputy mayor because we put him there because of his knowledge and experience and networks.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, appreciate and take on board those comments, but that's more, we've heard from councillors about a campaign, more of a campaign speech of what they like and don't like. We're not really addressing the motion here. I would like to step in and talk for the motion. And clearly, the point is that the intent and the state legislation is very clear. There can be a challenge at any point in time to the position. That's the motion that we were addressing. And that was clearly understood, talked about, and I think is clearly in emails as evidence at that time that was accepted, that a challenge can come at any time based on performance for the people or the support that I was going to gain that you talked about through the appointment, Councillor Sanders. The matter I raised when Councillor Moriarty brought it to my attention. I raised it with, I said, I will speak to the Deputy Mayor over this, and I rang Duncan and raised the matter. It's never a comfortable matter to speak to on with a colleague. I can personally, I'll say right now, I thoroughly enjoy Councillor Duncan McGuinness's company and sharing the experience that we've had over the course of the last 2 years. But Duncan mentioned in that meeting and clearly understood the intent that it is the councillor's prerogative. I will also take the opportunity to clear the integrity, and hopefully we will be allowing this contest to proceed in a fair and not interfere with the democratic process. But there are always rumours abound And just to clear the air right here and now, one came to my ears last night, and I certainly know the integrity of Councillor Moriarty, to my right, and we'll make the statement. The rumours are abounding that Tom Sharp will be standing down at the end of the term, and that this is in preparation for launching a mayoral campaign for Councillor Moriarty. I haven't shared that with you, Councillor, but I can assure the good folk that is anything further from the truth. And I'm sure Councillor Moriarty will state his case, why he wants to nominate and wants to do the best that he can for this region, given that opportunity. And we can, again, must be reminded it is for the people of this region. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor McInnes.
Yes, Mayor, thank you very much. You are right. 2 weeks ago, I think it was, that you had a phone call from you informing me that Councillor Moriarty had approached you to seeking support to become Deputy Mayor. A few days later, Councillor Moriarty told me that the Mayor had encouraged him to nominate, which is his right. I will leave it to everyone to determine which version of the events is accurate. Councillor Moriarty informed me of his intention to issue a media release announcing his candidacy. I strongly advised him against doing so, as I believe the selection of Deputy Mayor is a matter for the 7 council in this chamber, not a public spectacle, and that it's not in the best interests of this council or our community to litigate internal leadership decisions through the media. That advice was not taken, and media statements were issued regardless. Based on the volume of supportive calls I've received over the past 10 days from Canungra, Boona, Beaudesert and my own division, I'm confident that this approach did not resonate well with our community. There is a line from the film American President where the president says, "Senator, this just got personal." Regrettably, that sentiment reflects the position we now find ourselves in, a situation I would have preferred to avoid. When I was first elected to council, like many new councillors, I arrived with strong views about what needed improvement. However, I quickly learned that governance in an elected body, public body, is fundamentally different from operating on private boards, and rightly so. Public accountability requires discipline, restraint, transparency and respect for due process. We can easily choose to tell people what they want to hear, but in the long run, honesty, even when uncomfortable, earns trust and credibility. Leadership requires maturity, not populism. Most councillors understand the importance of managing conflicts of interest appropriately. When there is a perception of conflict, perception matters. I have consistently acted transparently, stepping aside where appropriate, ensuring integrity in decision making. That commitment remains unchanged. I'm also concerned about the manner in which council staff have been criticised publicly by some elected officials. I do not believe that publicly undermining staff supports effective governance or maintains community confidence in this organisation. Councillor Moriarty has expressed the view that the Mayor should exercise greater influence over councillor decisions. The reality is simple. The Mayor holds one vote, the same as every councillor in this chamber. While leadership matters, no single voice should dominate governance. It is no secret that Councillor Moriarty and the Mayor have a long-standing relationship. There is nothing inherently wrong with that, but strong governance requires challenge, diversity of thought and balanced perspectives. In every board I've chaired or served on, I've deliberately sought contrasting viewpoints to ensure robust, well-considered decision-making. I viewed this term as an opportunity to bring a fresh, steady and collaborative approach to council, one focused on cohesion, respect, diversity of thinking and outcomes that benefits the Scenic Rim region as a whole. I believe our best values come when we work together constructively, even when we hold differing views. I believe I've served as Deputy Mayor with integrity, professionalism and steadiness through what has at times been challenging circumstances. I remain committed, capable and willing to continue in this role for the remainder of the term, and I believe I'm well placed to do so. In response to Councillor Moriarty's challenge, I note that if Council chooses not to reappoint me, there are at least 3 councillors in this chamber who I would regard as stronger and more suitable candidates to take on this role than Councillor Moriarty. I hope we commit to being the best version of a cohesive and collaborative council, one that leads with integrity, respect and purpose for the benefit of the communities we serve. I will be voting against the motion.
Sorry. And I'll, not just yet, Councillor, to answer your question. Councillor Moriarty, you wish to sum up your motion?
I do, Chair. In fact, after that ringing endorsement from the current Deputy Mayor...
Sorry, before you do, is there anyone wishing to talk for the motion?
Well, I'd like to speak...
Councillor Moriarty.
I'd like to speak to the motion because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding what we're actually voting on. So this motion, councillors, is not about whether we declare the position of Deputy Mayor vacant and go to a ballot. This motion is about rectifying the post-election meeting motion by deleting paragraph 2, which is not lawfully binding. So we can't, it would be open, if it went to court, there's nothing that this council can do to override the Local Government Act, Section 165, that the term has to be 4 years. So clearly I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding of the motion that's before council at the moment. This process of going through the Deputy Mayor, and I outlined this to all councillors in an email, it's a 3-step process. The legal advice quite simply states, because 7.2 has no legal founding or binding, there's no way that this council can say that a Deputy Mayor is appointed for a 4-year period. Like, the legislation is quite clear. So this motion is only about removing that. The legal advice was remove point 2. That just takes the ambiguity out of the situation, leaves any possible dispute or whatever out. And then we'll move to the next motion, which is the motion to declare the position of Deputy Mayor vacant. And I would suggest some of the commentary that we've just heard from some of the elected representatives would have been more appropriate to have been presented at that point. So I'm not sure, Chair, once we move that motion, whether those councillors who've gone off a little bit early, whether they should actually get another go, but we'll see how it plays out. So the reality is we can vote this motion down, but we've still got to go to the next motion. There's nothing in this motion that will stop us going to the next motion. So it's really just tidying up a loose end, if anything.
Thank you, Councillor. It is, and it is worth noting that Councillor makes a very good point, that you would be voting against the state legislation otherwise to stop the process of democracy. With that all said, I now put the motion to the members. Those in favour? Those against? 4-3. Motion... Yes, I'll call it division if you would. Motion defeated. Thank you. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I would now like to move the motion that Council, pursuant to subsection 3 of the Section 165 of the Local Government Act 2009, declares the office of Deputy Mayor vacant.
Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Hay. Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say, and it's challenging to respond because there's a fair bit of character assassination just gone on by the Deputy Mayor. I think the people that I represent and the people around the region know who I represent. I know who I am. I know who I'm representing, and the reason that I've raised this issue is because of that. It's becoming increasingly obvious that in this council, like many before it, is very divided, and I would suggest not functioning anywhere near as well as it could, and I think everyone would agree with that statement. Councillors will have their own opinions on this, but if we go back to the 2024 local government elections, the Mayor ran on a platform of restoring power of council back to the elected representatives, and by extension, the people of the region. This message obviously resonated with the people of the region, with Mayor Sharp comfortably defeating both the incumbent Mayor and Deputy Mayor of the last council. For too long, and long before this current council was elected, this council has been plagued by petty politics, egos and personality clashes, rather than focusing on the performance of council and what is most needed for the good of the region. I hear a lot of discussion within council about what is best for the council, but I don't hear too much about what is best for the residents, ratepayers and the region as a whole. We've probably heard a little bit of that this morning, truth be known. While many in the region had high hopes after the last election with the election of a new mayor and a few new faces among the councillors, it seems we are again heading down a well-worn path of division and dysfunction at the expense of the people of the region. The question I have is, why is that? When I was elected as a councillor, my intention was to work as part of a team that was dedicated to addressing the problems facing the council and the region. Simply, I wanted to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. I didn't need a job. In fact, I took a pay cut from the income I was earning as a teacher by becoming a councillor. It is quite obvious that a mayor will only be as good as the support they receive from the council administration and their fellow councillors, including the deputy mayor. We see this in other councils around the state that are beset by conflict. The mayor alone cannot be held responsible for the performance of council. As the Deputy Mayor mentioned earlier, we all have one vote. Council CEO and councillors themselves have to accept responsibility for their part in council's performance. While it is often thought that the only role of the Deputy Mayor is to simply fill in for the Mayor at the Mayor's request, or when the Mayor is away or sick or those sorts of things, I would suggest that the Deputy Mayor has a much greater role in supporting the Mayor in completing their duties and in building strong and cohesive council team and acting as a peacemaker if and when required. These are all tasks that I would certainly enjoy undertaking if I did happen to be elected as Deputy Mayor. Not only that, I would be working with the Mayor, councillors and staff to become a service-focused organisation with a focus on achieving better outcomes and outward-focused, looking for better outcomes for the people of the region. What I do know for sure is if this council unites behind the Mayor, and by that I mean all councillors and the administration, and start working together, the outcome will be much better for it. Today we have an opportunity to move on from the past and take a new direction, to adopt a new approach and a new way of working, and a new way of doing business in the Scenic Rim Regional Council. I believe that there may be at least one or two other councillors who may be considering nominating for the position of Deputy Mayor. So should that be the case, I wish all of those involved, if we get that far, the best of luck. Regardless of the outcome, it will be good to see the democratic process alive and well in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? No one wishing to talk against? Councillor Cryer, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to just reiterate what I apparently jumped the gun with. I do encourage ambition, and I do applaud a challenge as such. and review halfway is probably not unhealthy. But as I put before, I don't believe that this was the correct way of going about it with a media campaign. It should be handled within our council chambers, and I believe that that this situation is not. Oh, I've lost it. Sorry. Yeah. That I don't believe that we are casting. That we need to enter into a full-blown character assassination, as alluded to. I think that this is not. That this needed to be handled within council, and by saying this, there's no reason that a challenge cannot be put forward at another time, but without a media campaign attached.
Anyone wish to talk for the motion? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to speak in support of the motion purely so that we can once again see democracy in action. There has been a suggestion in the public that the Deputy Mayor position somehow has more power than another councillor. That's completely untrue, as all councillors, including the Mayor, have one vote and one vote only. The Deputy Mayor position does not entitle you to any further influence in a vote. I would just like to see this motion adopted and put to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, look, I'll speak against this motion. I haven't said anything so far, and there's probably nothing overly wrong with the challenge. I agree with Councillor Cryer, it shouldn't have been done through a media campaign. It started off pretty poorly on that front. What I will say is that it's not the right time for this council to be making this decision. Councillor Moriarty made some statements that he feels we all should get behind the Mayor, but the only power that exists in council is the majority view. So maybe it's time for the Mayor to align with the majority view of council. I won't go into any other comments really, but we've got some work to do as a body, and I won't be supporting a change right now because at the moment Councillor McGuinness is the most experienced councillor. He's actually quite a steady hand. He doesn't play on emotion. He doesn't play the man. He just stays pretty neutral. So I don't think we should be making this decision right now. We've got some work to do before we contemplate something like this. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I will briefly talk in favour of the motion. I wasn't going to. I was going to leave it to the floor, but the point that that everyone's been speaking about the Mayor today, so it's enough for everyone else to speak about the Mayor. I'll speak about the Mayor. I make the point that it is a membership, and yes, there is one vote per member, and the majority rules. I have been listening to, and also do not. Once the decision is made by whoever the side of the majority is on, I accept that decision. Now, I may have an opinion about that decision as an individual, but I accept the decision on behalf of council. So I do not agree with that. I think the job that I came to in terms of a reform agenda, I will continue to campaign on that reform agenda. I will continue to try to work with all councillors in terms of that reform agenda. And in terms of their view, I'm very keen to hear their view and have that view voiced and articulated loud and clearly where they don't agree with that agenda. Right now, I do see there are a great many issues before this council that needs consideration, that are very high priorities and quite of great concern for the people of this region, that won't be discussed today, but will unlikely unfold over the coming weeks. With that, I do support the motion and the challenge. Is there anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty? Sorry, Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I haven't got a real lot to add from what I said earlier, but it's, I believe in stability, and I take Councillor Chalk's comments on board there. It's, we're never going to win in some of these circumstances, and I'm prepared to continue in the role, and I believe we've worked reasonably well together, the Mayor and myself, but it's, we don't always agree, and that's the way it should be, as I said earlier. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to talk for the motion?
Yes, please.
Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to, it was mentioned and it has been implied, and I think it's important that this goes on the public record, that my motivation for raising this issue, whether it be through the meter or through the chamber, that's my decision how I want to deal with that. So the reality is it's been implied that this decision has been somehow motivated by personal ambition. I can assure everyone in this region there is no personal ambition behind this decision to raise the issues that I've raised. If I have any ambition whatsoever, it's for the good of this council as an organisation, and it's for the good of the people in the region. That is where my ambition lies. That's why I came onto council. I have no personal ambition other than to achieve the best possible we can for the council organisation and for the people of the region. It's quite clear that we have a divided council. It's quite clear from the discussion which way the vote is going to go, I would suggest. And that's fine. That's democracy as work. As I said, we live in a democracy, but I will continue to exercise my democratic right to stand up for the people of the region in the way that I best see fit.
Thank you, Councillor. With that, I put the motion, sorry? With that, I put the motion to the floor. Those in favour? Those against? Motion defeated. Call for a division, please. Sorry?
It's on the screen.
Thank you. Now,
Straight to item 11.5.
yep. So that, with that motion defeated, now concludes the matter of item 11.4. And I now call upon Councillor Hay to introduce.
Mayor, I don't think I recall you asking for a division on the previous motion. You did?
Yes.
Right, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Councillor. I now move on to item 11.5 and call upon Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully I'm introducing a less controversial item in item 11.5, and I do hope that the vote is made in accordance with what's good for the Scenic Rim and not on a personal basis. My motion or notice of motion is that I'm raising is, and I'll go...
Do you want to just read it quietly before you announce it? Because I'm anticipating there may need to be some corrections.
Oh, okay. My motion... Well, I was actually happy with the wording, but we can go for some suggestions if you have some, Chair. Thank you.
Is it AB3?
No, that's a typo. I don't know where that came from.
So do you want to just have
Yeah,
that fixed
okay.
up before you read it out?
Yes, if we could just remove A, B, 3 from the wording, thank you. Yeah. Okay. And I will proceed directly to the motion. My motion is that the CEO write a letter to the Council of the City of Gold Coast requesting information on its resolution of the 2nd of December 2025, which was that Council utilises the existing 2025-26 funding allocation to undertake the necessary work to identify a proposed route and determine the level of community and First Nations support for a cableway either connecting to Springbrook or connecting to Mount Tamborine, especially in regard to the potential volume of tourists and the impact that they are likely to have on the character of Tamborine Mountain and the requirements for additional infrastructure on the mountain.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just by way of background, I did request that possibly Council write to the Gold Coast City Council straight after the council meeting that was held in December by that council. There wasn't an appetite to do so, so I took it upon myself to write to Mayor Tate and all the councillors of the Gold Coast City Council asking for some clarification and pointing out that the Tamborine Mountain has no town water or sewerage, and the potential impact that up to 580,000 additional tourists being deposited at Tamborine Mountain could cause problems. I did have some confidential responses from the Mayor Tate's office, which I can't go into. However, after that, I have then reviewed the Gold Coast Council's Planning and Regulation Committee meeting of the 20th of January 26, and the issue of Tamborine Mountain being considered as a possible destination for the cableway was not on that agenda. I've also reviewed the agenda for Gold Coast Council's ordinary meeting of the 27th of January 2026, and it did not appear on that agenda either. So this issue is still alive and well at Gold Coast Council, and the reason for asking for clarification from that council is one, it was disrespectful to propose such a motion with absolutely no consultation whatsoever with the impacted council, which will be the home to or the vicinity of the final pylon of this cableway, and will no doubt increase the number of coaster buses that will be required to move people to and from the final pylon over to Tamborine Mountain or any other destinations off the mountain. Given the fact that we have substandard public utilities on the mountain, and it is already recognised by council that Tamborine Mountain is suffering from over-visitation, and we are yet to come up with any strategy to address that, I think it is inconceivable that we would be likely to be able to cope with another up to 580,000 tourists, and it would destroy the quality of life on Tamborine Mountain, for which the residents pay very high rates. So without any further discussion, I would just like to put that back to the chair. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against us? Against the motion? Councillor Moriarty, you got a question, or are you wishing to talk against?
Well, I can't talk against it because I seconded the motion, so...
You can if you so wish.
I'm not talking against... it's just a comment. Can I make a comment?
Have you got a question? No?
My question is to Councillor Hay. My understanding is that this is not, and I could have it wrong, but that this issue of the cableway has been bandied around in the media, but it's not actually ever going to get wings and fly. Is that your understanding? Is it necessary to write a letter? That's my first question.
Thank you, through the chair. This has been a potential issue for up to the past 30 years. It's been on and off the Gold Coast Council's agenda for all of that time. There has been both support and objection to it from the residents of Tamborine Mountain over those many years. The reason for needing some clarity in writing from the Gold Coast Council is that once again we are faced with potentially a decision that they will make with no input from us and no consultation whatsoever, which has fairly monumental impacts on our budget. And as we all know, we haven't got any money, so why would we be wanting to encourage something that's going to need us to upgrade our public facilities significantly to cater for the influx of tourists? I just think we need clarity from the City of Gold Coast in relation to what they're intending. Their motion was a little vague. They are yet to identify an actual destination. My understanding is that the final pylon would need to be within the Gold Coast City Council's boundary, but that means there are a number of sites very close to that boundary with the scenic rim which could potentially be the ultimate destination for the final pylon, which is where the passengers would disembark. Thank you.
Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay, would you like to sum up?
No, I think I've said enough. Thank you, Chair.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously, thank you. Move on to item 11.6 and call upon Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Item 11.6, 2025 to 2026 Regional Events Sponsorship Program, applications for 2026 Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular. So it's pretty much a great investment where we get to see lots of people come and see us, and I think we should put a little bit of money towards them. So I'll propose option 1, that Council approve a Category 2 event sponsorship of $25,000 for the 2026 Scenic Rim Clydesdale Spectacular in accordance with the Regional Event Sponsorship Council policy and corporate procedure as follows. A cash amount of $14,760. B, in-kind support of $5,240 towards the provision of waste bins by Council, and C, in-kind support to the value of $5,000 for marketing and public relations services.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Chalk. Councillor Sanders, would you like to talk to your motion?
Yes, please. I just want to let everyone know events such as the Clydesdale Spectacular really show the Scenic Rim's reputation as a region known for its exciting tourism offerings and genuine visitor experiences. They represent an important platform to showcase the region's capability and viability as to host events of various sizes and scopes and scales. The economic return to the region for the 2025 Clydesdale Spectacular was over $2.5 million. Council's proposed 2026 support offers an excellent projected return for the investment for the region of around about $102 for every $1 invested by Council. So you can see it is a great investment. It's therefore recommended that Council continue to support the Clydesdale Spectacular through the Regional Event Sponsorship Program.
Sorry, Councillor, what was that return you quoted?
Around about. It's always a bit of a guesstimate, but we suggest it's around about $102 for every $1 invested by Council. We always try to make sure that that we do get a nice return, or we get visitors coming to the area. So, yeah, page 65, sorry, Mr Mayor, on the conclusion.
I just remember just covering this off in the briefing.
Yes, of course it was in the briefing as well.
Sorry, my apologies. Anyone wishing to talk against the motion?
Can I ask a question, Chair?
Please, Councillor.
And I know we were briefed. I just, if I could, through the Chair and the CEO, I guess. ask the officer, how much did the organisation request in sponsorship?
Through you, Madam Manager.
Thank you. Through the chair, the requested support for the 2026 event totalled $30,240, comprising of both cash and in-kind assistance.
Can I just ask why we have not gone to the $30,000 odd, please?
Through the chair, so within the application received from the committee, there was no outlining of information of where the additional funding would be expended, including any sort of new target markets or increase or emphasising of the event for 2026. Thank you.
Was that information conveyed to the committee? Did they have the opportunity? What I'm getting to is, did they have the opportunity to come back with extra information?
No, so as a part of the application process, it's assessed by a panel and then brought to council for a decision with the recommendation from the assessment panel.
Thank you.
Councillor Hay?
Questions through the chair, if I may. Did the event last year result in a significant increase in overnight stays, or for that matter, any increase in overnight stays in our region?
Yes, it did have an increase in overnight visitor expenditure and visitation. There was a slight decrease in some of the markets that they attracted, as outlined in their IER report, and those were around both the intrastate and interstate visitation. Just to correct, they were both the interstate and international visitation. The intrastate did increase in 2025. Thank you.
Just a question. We raised it during the briefing just to correct and just make the point that we need accurate returns figures. I know it's a great event. I'm not talking against it, but that return on investment, so it's $2.5 million. With a $25,000 investment, it is only a fraction of the total outlay. So to get a return, you can't get a $100 return on every dollar. Was that not? My question is, was that not addressed post the briefing?
So the information that was distributed to councillors was around council's investment. So for every dollar that council invests in the event, it's $102 return for that dollar invested by council. Was that your question?
No.
Okay.
So you can't have, council's not getting the money back. It's a representative investment. So if your total return is $2.5 million, the total event costs X. Ours is a percentage of X. It's not possible to have a $100 return. We went through this at the last briefing. I'm just wondering why, the question is why it hasn't been picked up. And council's return, it's not possible to be $100.
My apologies. So that is a previous reporting KPI. So we can certainly modify that for future reporting for the entire regional event sponsorship program.
I think it'd be much better for the people to get that feel for what the true investment is.
Okay. Thank you.
And the return. Councillor McInnes.
Yeah, thanks, Med. A question through you to the officer. Even though it's held in the middle of the Eat Local month, it's not an Eat Local function. It was claimed to me last night. Is that right?
Yeah, so it is included in the program as an add-on event, but there are, within the Eat Local Month event guidelines, there are certain criteria that do need to be met. So it is still promoted through various channels, but not in the Eat Local Month program framework.
Okay, thanks, Howard. I'm quite supportive of it. It was great when it was in Boona, and hopefully it grows in Beaudesert. Yeah.
Further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Sanders?
No, I just, sorry, beg your pardon. Yes, I do want to speak. I just would like to say it's wonderful to have these type of events in our region. Hopefully we can have more of them. We can attract more of these type of events. It's great to have people come in and see how lovely this area is. We want to attract more people, so I'm hoping that we continue to support events such as this for our region.
Thank you. I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 11.7.
Thank you, Chair. It's my pleasure to introduce item 11.7, Scenic Rim 2025 to 2026 Environmental Grants Program. And I'll move straight to the motion and then speak to that motion. Let's get it up on my screen. I can't read that, so I'll have to get it on the screen here. The motion is that 1, Council approve the allocations for community environmental grants in the amount of $80,194.96 for 5 projects under the Community Environmental Grants Program for 2025 to 2026 as outlined in the following table. Item CEG 25/05, Tamborine Mountain Landcare Inc. was the applicant. The project was Tamborine Mountain Corridors Regeneration Project, and the amount recommended is $23,000. The next item was CEG 25/10, Thunderbird Rewilding Inc., Tamborine Mountain Glades Lantana Control, with an amount of $2,113.96 recommended. CEG 25/04, Watergum Community Inc., Coralban Koala Surveys, the recommended amount of $17,100. CEG 25/03, Beachmont District Landcare Association Inc., Scenic Rim Regional Council and Landcare Reserves Ecological Restoration and Remediation, recommended $17,981. And the final one is CEG 25/11, Bidadabar Creek Action Group Inc., continuation of clearing of infestation and weeds from Lowe's Bridge to Armstrong Road Bridge, recommended $20,000. Those 5 items come to a total recommended of $80,194.96.
Could I have a seconder to the motion?
As the second part, sorry.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Getting ahead of myself.
Part 2 of the motion is Council provide relevant feedback and advice to the unsuccessful grant applicants to continue to build capability in the delivery of community environmental projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I will direct a question to the officer through the Chair, if I may, just for transparency. Could the officer please explain why some of the applicants were not successful at this particular time. I know what the reasons are, but I don't think the public do, so it would be good for clarity. And I would like to point out that the environmental grants money that we're looking to allocate today comes directly from the $50 per annum per rateable property under the environmental charge that appears in people's rates. So this is not extra money that we've pulled out of the budget to award to these organisations, but it is actually covered under the $50 that is charged on rates for each rateable property. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, just to clarify, 2 of the 7 applicants were ineligible due to them being solely on private properties. So this is specifically for community environmental groups, as amended from previous years. So there's probably a little bit of confusion moving forward in those changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McInnes.
Yes, to the officer in question along the same sort of lines of, and I should declare as a representative from council on the River Trust, are they eligible for that? Or I know there's some private property, but some public property. Can the River Trust apply for that, for those environmental grants?
Thank you for the question. That's a good
Sorry
question.
to put you
That's
on
right.
the spot.
They're a little different, I understand, being like a legal entity. So I'd have to
Maybe take it on notice and
I'll
we can
take that on notice and look into that for you.
Yeah, look at it, but it's in everybody's interest, the work that they do, the River Trust, so it's,
Further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Ho.
Thank you, Chair. Just in conclusion, I commend the applicants, all of them, including the ones who weren't successful, obviously have the community's environmental interests at heart, and that can only ever be a good thing. It's good to see that there's a split of projects spread from Tamborine Mountain to Coralbin and Beachmont and Bidadaba. So it would be good to see some more people put their hands up, or groups rather, for the next round. But I'd commend each of those projects, and I consider they're all worthy of the allocation of the amounts recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I put it to the members. Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. And call upon Councillor Hay again to introduce item 11.8. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.8, Council Policy, Environmental Charge Policy, and I take the report as read, so just bear with me while I get it on the screen so I can read it. Just by way of background, the Council adopted the environmental charge for the 2025-2026 financial year, and environmental charge policy is required to direct Council in the use of the charge. This report provides an outline of the expenditure progress of the revenue from the environmental charge up to the period ending October 2025. I'll move straight to the motion. I'll get there. Okay. The motion is 1, that Council adopt the Council policy, environmental charge policy, and 2, Council endorse the Council policy, environmental charge policy, be finalised through governance process to be included with Council's standard policies and uploaded to Council's systems and website.
Seconded to the motion. Councillor Cryer. Anyone wishing to talk against? Do you wish to talk to your motion, councillor Hay?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just refer people following along to page 77 of the agenda. The current state of core programs funded by the environmental charge as at October 2025 is listed from that page onwards, and it covers items such as what we have spent and what we've delivered and what is planned and underway for things such as flying fox mitigation, fire mitigation, environmental community grants, which we've just awarded in the previous item, 1 Million Trees program, conservation partnerships, natural area management. I think that's it, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I think you covered them all off, councillor. Thank you for that. I'll put the motion to, sorry.
I don't think I've mentioned that the environmental charge is $50 per rateable property, estimated at $1,050,000 revenue for the 2025-26 financial year. I think that's an important item. Thank you.
Councillor Chalk?
I probably would just highlight the fact that this is not the entirety of our environmental program. This is only a portion of it. And this is only the portion that covers and reports to the $50 charge that we implemented, which was inclusive of some money that we already were spending in the budget and also some new expenditure as well. But the entirety of the environmental expenditure is a lot more than that.
Thank you. Without any further, I'll put it to the floor. Those in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. We've called the officers in.
Yeah, I was going to say 2 minutes break.
We've just brought the officers in.
They're okay.
They're happy with that. We may look to adjourn the meeting for a 10-minute break. So could I just call from the member a motion for adjournment? Councillor Hay.
Thank you. I'll move a motion that we adjourn the meeting for a period of 10 minutes to return on the quarter hour.
Seconder. Councillor Sanders. Members, carried unanimously. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. Could I please have a motion from the members from the floor to resume the meeting, please? Councillor Moriarty,
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the motion to resume the meeting.
seconder. Councillor Hay. Put it to the members. Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now I'll call upon Councillor Hay to introduce item 11.9.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce item 11.9, Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 20th of November 2025. Both myself and Councillor Sanders as committee members attended that meeting, so we're both able to attest to the accuracy of the report. I'll go straight to the motion. The motion is that Council note the report to Council on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 20th of November 2025. And I take the report as read.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Moriarty. Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. I think the report contained in the agenda is self-explanatory. It does cover items such as the status of audit actions, current audit actions, procurement improvement and draft ex gratia payments policy, all of which are important aspects for our Audit and Risk Committee to consider. I don't think there was anything, excuse me, anything startling that has come out of that meeting. Each of the agenda items that were discussed are put forward as recommendations internally in the committee and are voted upon by the committee members as well. But as I said, the report is self-explanatory. We did also have a governance update internally. Thank you.
I have a question for you, Councillor. The report itself, yes, it's self-explanatory, but I don't want to be too critical, but a question, it's a little bit loose in its deliberations, recommendations. There's no asking for further information or looking forward to a report or looking for answers on points, blah, 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 blah. But there is seems to be any reconciliation of when that has come back, by what date. Could that be a little bit tighter and a bit more prescriptive rather than things just potentially slipping through the cracks? Or is there a tight register to know what's coming and that it will be delivered?
I think that there's a two-part answer to that. Thank you, Chair. The first one is, yes, we probably could do better. We could be more prescriptive in exactly when things are due to be reviewed and make sure that we do cover off on all of them. I think we do a reasonably good job on that, and I'll defer through the Chair to the officer to add a comment. But the second part was the only part that tends to get, for want of a better term, a little bit out of control is the plan, where we do our absolute best to set a plan for the forthcoming year, and Scott, the officer, does his best to allocate a certain amount of days to each investigation or report that he's preparing, and unfortunately that gets blown out of the water when we have something untoward comes to light and his resources are diverted to dealing with that. So that does tend to make the annual plan blow out somewhat. One particular instance, if I may be so bold, was the fuel card problem, which was considered high enough of a priority to move other things further down the list, and that has an impact on what we get through for the entire program and whether or not we achieve the year's planning. But I'll defer to the officer through the Chair for a comment, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So there's a couple of processes that we have for the Audit Committee that are trying to manage what you're talking about. In the summary we produce here, I admit those items are somewhat glossed over. So 5.2 on the agenda each time is a review of an action list. So where the committee has said we specifically want an officer to return with a particular report or further information, then those are tracked within that agenda item at each meeting. In this summary, usually that's noted with minimal discussion, but there is that accountability mechanism for the actions requested by the committee. Similarly, at item 6.1 on the agenda for most meetings, I do an acquittal of the annual plan, which is established to ensure that the committee has good coverage across its terms of reference across the full calendar year. And at item 6.1, I keep track of whether the officers delivered on all of those planned reports, and if they're not, then at a subsequent meeting, it's noted that they have then been caught up. So those couple of mechanisms are there, but as Councillor Hay has noted, the other planned aspect which we try to keep track of is the internal audit work. There's regular discussion on that progress and that prioritisation, but that is more challenging. The first two are somewhat easier to keep track of as discrete actions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Hay?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think the report speaks for itself, and I'd just like to add that at 6.1, it does mention that in relation to the annual work plan status, that there was only one planned report that wasn't included in that agenda. So overall, I think that was quite a good result.
Thank you, Councillor. I put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.1. 11.10, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.10, unaudited monthly financial report for December 2025. I take the report as read. I would like to move the motion that Council receive the unaudited monthly financial report for December 2025.
Seconder, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. The unaudited monthly financial report provides information on Council's actual to budget performance. The December reporting figures will be used as the basis for completing the budget review too, which is due to be presented at our next ordinary meeting on the 25th of February 2026. As such, this report seeks Council's endorsement of the unaudited monthly financial report for December 2025. It would appear that most everything is lower than the budgeted expectation for the month of December, including the net operating surplus or deficit, the operating expenditure, operating revenue, capital expenditure and capital revenue, but the statement of financial position is higher than budgeted expectations. Through the Chair, would the officer care to elaborate on the workings behind that?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take that as a lead, if I can, to support the officers.
Or Director.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Cryer. Make a couple of observations in relation to the statements and the comments that you made as well. So Council does see itself in a minor surplus position, or effectively a balanced budget, at the end of the financial year. You can see that position is about $286,000 over the budget, which is about $115 million across the operating cycle. As indicated, generally things are tracking in terms of the operating budget, both reductions in revenue and reductions expenditure from what had been forecast, but there are reasons underneath that. Councillor Cryer did also reference a change in the total value of the asset base, moving from what was in the original budget up to just over $1.5 billion from an asset perspective. That's reflective of, as new assets are built and capitalised into the system, that value will grow throughout the financial year as those assets come online. I will make a couple of observations in relation to capital expenditure. That is under heading number 5 in the report pack that you have. Just noting there are duplicated attachments there, councillors, so the first attachment is the one to be looking at, and that will need to be fixed. In relation to the overall capital spend, and I know there are individual projects that may need to be talked about, but at the end of December we'd spent just over $29 million of what was a forecast capital program of $93.6 million. If I draw your attention to the first column of that report, headed capital expenditure, there are commitments in place of almost $28.5 million. So they represent commitments to contractors and spend that we already have essentially committed. A lot of that will flow through during the balance of this financial year. So if I look at the actual spend of 29 million, the commitments of 28 million, we're looking at about 57 million about where we sit at this point in time against the $93.6 million spend. There will be an opportunity for us to go through and revisit the capital expenditure on a project by project basis, and we are in the process of building a report to bring to council that shows that information more succinctly, and I think some of the information in that report is summed up so you can't see individual projects. It is our intent to pull the individual projects out. If I just move on to the next page, which is headed 6, proceeds from asset sales, there are a number of red numbers in that variance column that really reflect our status in the QRA, or the Queensland Reconstruction Authority, payments for work associated with the restoration of assets, which is, termed that DRFA money. We will follow up on the timing of those payments to make sure that there's a closer alignment between when that money is spent and how it is reimbursed by QRA. There is actually a process that supports that. Just in final, the last page of that report, there is a table around outstanding rates and debtors by category. Of note, as at December 2025, there has been a small reduction from December 2024 in the total outstanding of only about 300,000. We are making inroads into payment plans and recoveries of unpaid rates, and that there has been a request made to provide some more information on that to councillors, and I will provide that information over the course of the coming weeks. Just by way of fact, that $7.28 million represents just over 2,600 properties, and council has about 20,000 properties in its database. So that number is around about 10% at this point in time of properties involved, but more detail can be provided on that as we bring that information forward, as council has seen it historically. That's a high level summary of the detail in there. Happy to take any further questions, or for my finance colleagues to add to additional detail if the councillors so wish.
Unless there is more to add, that's very comprehensive. Thank you, Director.
Any questions? Duncan?
Thanks, Mayor. To Jason, just on the rates in arrears, I'll get it around the right way. It's are we moving on that as quickly as we can by law, or do we? It seems that a big percentage to me that and I know they'd be from a whole range of timelines that they've been out, and you would think at the interest rates we charge, it'd be people would, if they could, pay it. But is there? Do we push it as hard as we? I know there's a process we go through, but just wonder if you'd like to give more detail on it, where we are and where we could be, what our options are there.
If I can, Mr Mayor, in response to Councillor McInnes, one of my early observations, and noting that I've only been here a short period of time, was that we hadn't necessarily been following that action in a timely basis. We have been working at developing a list of properties for sale of land for rate arrears. That will come to council next month for discussion and consideration in bringing that through as part of the statutory process. We have in the last 3 months engaged the services of an external collection agent, and they have had a number of accounts referred to them, so they have started that recovery process as well. I'm unsure of the history of this, but certainly over the last few months we've certainly taken to seeking to recover money, but more importantly trying to make sure those properties that are in arrears are putting forward a reasonable management plan about how that debt may be addressed over time, and I think that's probably a place where we have more work to do. That's certainly something that's come up in the conversations with the collection agency, is getting people into meaningful arrangements. So we'll continue to work on that, and there'll be some communication and outward messages as we go through the sale of land for rate arrears process. That process itself takes about 6 months from a statutory perspective, so we intend to communicate that as we work through that process to indicate council is keen to make sure people are paying down the debts that they owe, noting that rates issued this month as well, so there's a fresh set of notices out and about. So we are working on it now, Mr Deputy Mayor, and certainly something we'll bring some progress reports back on over the coming months to council as well. I hope that answers the question.
No, good to hear, Justin.
Questions? Anyone wish to talk against the motion? Councillor Cryer?
No, thank you. No, don't have anything more further to say. Thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And now move on to item 11.12 and call, 11.11 and call upon Councillor Moriarty.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to present item 11.11, amendments to procurement and contract management policy. I'll take the item as read and present the motion as it stands, that council rescind the current council policy procurement and contract management CP 00053 adopted on 10th of December 2025, and 2, council adopt the revised council policy procurement and contract management incorporating the updated procurement and contracting thresholds prescribed by the local government regulation 2012, reprinted on the 12th of December 2025.
Thank you, Councillor. Seconded to the motion, Councillor Chalk. Councillor Moriarty.
No, thank you, Chair. I'll just open the floor if any other councillors have any comments or questions.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Hay.
Through the Chair, could I just ask through the Chair to the relevant officer, could we have a concise summation of what the changes are? It's not apparent when you compare one that doesn't have highlighted amendments in it, so.
Not as obvious.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. To the officer.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor Hay, and apologies. Report is somewhat mechanical. So council adopted this policy on the 10th of December. The regulation to change the thresholds that apply to various procurements happened on the 12th of December. Those thresholds were for medium-sized contracts. That value was $15,000. It's now been increased to $21,000. And in terms of the going out to public tender, that value was set at $280,000. That's been was set at $200,000 and has been increased to $280,000. And in relation to the asset sales, that value has also increased, I think, from 5 to 7,000 off the top of my head. So the report's somewhat mechanical. We are bound by what's in the local government regulation. Those values that were in the existing policy were set back in 2009 when the local government regulation and the Local Government Act came into play, so they haven't been amended for some significant period of time. and it appears there's just been an indexation applied to the values that already existed. What we're trying to ensure is that anything we do is consistent with what's in the regulation and the rules, and I would have thought most local governments will be trying to review their policy to reflect those new dollar thresholds. Happy to take any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Moriarty?
No, thank you, Chair.
I put it to the floor. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. I call upon Councillor Sanders to introduce item 11.12.
The agenda for late items. Item 11.12, Master Plan Committees for Calbar and Coralban, progress to community consultation. So Council established a Master Plan Committee for the communities of Calbar and Coralban, and I'll put the recommendation or the motion. Option 1, that Council endorse the draft Calbar Town Centre Master Plan for the purpose of community consultation, and 2, Council endorse the draft Coralban Town Centre Master Plan for the purpose of community consultation.
Thank you. Seconded to the motion. Councillor McInnes. Councillor Sanders, would you like to talk to your motion?
Actually, I found this really, really helpful. It was great, and I'm sure Calbar and Canungra had the same issues. We had a really good group of people, diverse conversations about options and what people wanted to see in their communities. Very, very positive, and the outcome was really quite good. It was great because even though we had all sorts of different personalities and different understandings and different views around the tables, everybody got to put in their ideas. And we came out with quite an interesting master plan. I think it'll be great to go out to the community. We've worked out a few different places that we can put them so people can read the hard copies, and we've also encouraged people to get onto Let's Talk Scenic Rim. So, and as councillors, I'm sure we'll be back in the community talking to people about getting people to provide their input. Once the input comes back, we'll have a bit of a discussion again about putting budgets together and what we can do. So great idea, great incentive, great thing to do for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. I have a question. Could I ask the Deputy Councillor McGuinness if you would give the councillors and the people a bit of insight to the Calbar experience?
You read my mind, Mayor. Yeah, it's along the lines of Coralban. There was quite a diverse group, and there are a few people who I'm inclined to not agree with at times, and they were there, but it was a really good range of people, and that's what you need in coming up with the right result. And there was some different views, and that's the way it should be. So I was very pleased with the numbers. I congratulate the staff that were involved there. It worked out very well from what the meetings, probably 5 different meetings maybe we had. So it was I think there's a good there was a good range of ages too in there, which was good once again. So it was the Wilson Nindoffs and younger people, but they all contributed with the right intent there. So it was a great exercise, and it was like congratulations to the staff involved and the contractor too.
Thank you. Any questions from the members? Councillor Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Having read both of the draft reports, I just have a couple of questions. In relation to the Calbar report, the word tourism was only mentioned once, or tourists I think it was, on page 11. What sort of consideration has been given to which of these things we're putting forward are going to be more beneficial for the actual ratepayers than the proposed visitors in the long term. And also right on at the end on page 53, it mentions that one of the documents that's been considered in all of this is the planning scheme, yet there are no other references in either report on what implications there may be in regards to the planning scheme as to whether there should be any changes to accommodate some of these suggestions that have been put forward. It's good to see that one of the items that was raised for Calbar was the significance of the green canopy coverage, which I think is really important. So that was good. I do have one small criticism, and that is on page 16. It mentions at item 1.2 Welge or Welge Street, I don't know how you say that. But when you go to the diagram on page 14, it's not clear where that really is. I couldn't see that all of the street names were readily visible. So
it is a small laneway.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
the main intersection in town. George and Edward Street. It's just goes in a westerly direction from there. So it's it was I forget how many years, 20 years ago or so or more. It was a one-way street. It is a pain for people getting in and out of there, and there's some businesses down the back. I think the idea of it was good. If I can answer your other questions, if they were directed to me, I'll get Shane to fill in what it can't. Yeah, tourism is a fairly big industry in Calbar now, and there's and it gives us problems just like on the mountain with parking and all these things, and we've tried to accommodate that side of things, the parking things. I disagree with you on those walkways, environmental walkways that we've got for the residents and yeah, ease of transport around by whether it's walking or whatever through. Some of it's through private land and some down through the showground. I think they have looked after the locals fairly well, and there was keenness not to have too much more planning or housing or residential areas declared to the west of the town, and it gives that look and feel of the town going out of there. So it was a fairly conscientious feel by those present towards that, and tourism didn't get that much of a mention, even though it's changed the look and feel of Calbar in the last especially 6 or 8 years.
Yep. Are there any foreseen changes to the planning scheme that are going to be needed to address
I think
some of these proposals?
I don't think that's needed, but it has. If this proposal goes forward, we have to be conscious of that, of not moving in other areas for any future growth. There is plenty of areas reasonably close to town that can be accommodate any growth, and keeping the look and feel of the town, as I say.
Okay, thank you, councillor. And moving on to the Coralban one, if we could bring up page 34, please. Okay. Now, on this one, there is a much greater emphasis on tourism. If you look at all of the green things, they're all marked green as tourism. So there's a much more significant impact from tourism in that location than Calbar, obviously. And was there any reason why all of those things were designated as tourism when quite clearly the locals use most of those as well? For example, the tennis courts, I wouldn't see them as being a tourism activity or location.
Actually, it is. The resort is zoned as a tourism area, and I believe many of the blocks on that area are actually classed as being for tourism. And so the Coralban Community Group is constantly saying how is council promoting tourism in our area, which is kind of interesting. Of course, the resort needs tourists, and now that the new owners of the Coralban aerodrome are starting to develop, they're trying to develop tourism as in aviation industry. So they're hoping that they will attract more people, and they will also put in things like a brewery and to try and attract more people to the area as well, which I think quite a few of the community members are keen for, because they see it as more income for the region. There's definitely a push for the road to Boona as well, and we have noted, I don't know if you saw the little note there, that there, you know, it's for a future, so we've definitely talked about that. It was like the Canungra discussion, but yeah, that's for the future. But look, most of the people wanted things like footpaths and more connectivity, because there's a creek that runs through the place, as well as the aerodrome, and they're concerned that the kids can't access the KCG sporting fields and things like that. So yeah, the main items were really connectivity.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor Sanders?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to congratulate everyone on such a collaborative effort. I think it was a great thing to do. There wasn't a lot of people that were really welded on, but the people that were there were very, very excited about it. And now it's up to us to try and get it out into the community so we can get more feedback. So the process has provided valuable insights into the aspirations and priorities of the communities. Endorsing the draft master plan for community consultation will provide an important opportunity to give and collect further feedback, refine the document, and then ensure the final plan delivers meaningful and achievable outcomes for the community. And in a lot of these cases, it'll give us an idea of how much money we have to spend on developing that community. So can't wait, bring it on.
Thank you, Councillor. Put it to the members. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Now call upon Councillor Cryer to introduce item 11.13.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to introduce item 11.13, appointment of acting Chief Executive Officer. I would just like to talk a little bit before I move to the motion. It will become clearer as I go on. The Chief Executive Officer, CEO, has advised of a planned absence from 31st of January to 15th of February 2026 inclusive. Pursuant to the Section 195 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council is requested to appoint a suitably qualified person as acting Chief Executive Officer during that period. To allow possible interest by other directors on a possible rotation basis, I'm suggesting to recommend option 2 of a suitably qualified person only as an all-encompassing option. Do I need to put more clarity around it, or?
Who it is?
No, because that's not what the option 2 says. So it still can be the person.
Thank you, Councillor.
Or any of the directors.
So that's your motion.
So is that okay? So shall I then
Please,
put forward
it
that
is.
motion?
Would you please read that motion?
Okay, I would like to recommend that pursuant to Section 195 of the Local Government Act 2009, Council appoint a suitably qualified person to act as Chief Executive Officer during the period 31st of January to 15th of February 2026 inclusive.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to that motion? Councillor Hay. Councillor Cryer. To talk to your motion.
Well, just to reiterate, I think it may be quite fair for the experience of the other directors or of all the directors to actually have a turn, as Leo Jensen was the one that stepped up to the position last time. So, I mean, he may be the best one for the job, but the other two directors also may be an option as well to step in on a rotational basis.
Thank you. Councillor, any questions arising? Councillor A.
Thank you, Chair. Just one potential option is, given the duration of the vacancy of the position is 2 weeks, would it be feasible to have the role rotated between the two newer directors? I distinctly remember when Leo was appointed in the position last time, it was mentioned that there was an intention to rotate the filling of that position through the 3 directors. I'm pretty sure my memory serves me correctly. So I would like to see us actually enacting what was said at that time. Thank you.
Noted, councillor. Any other questions? Anyone wishing to talk against the motion? Councillor, I guess the question I will have, it's more, well, we'll get through this motion first. Councillor Cryer.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I believe any of the directors would be fulfilling the role quite efficiently and aptly, and because they're all being quite, for want of a better word, wonderful in their position so far. But maybe I don't know who is up next for a turn. So yes, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cryer. I'm trying to read the room, and that what's being proposed is a rotational situation between the directors. Is there a way that we, that Jason, or through the CEO, that you would suggest how we could resolve this through one motion?
Through Mr. Mayor, we're still going through a probation process on some of the directors. So the logic is that you would not put a person who's still on probation in the role. That's where the rotation's coming from. Sorry, that's where, again, this is usually fairly perfunctory. Sorry, do you want me to keep going?
A question. So we can't put anyone in the role that's on probation?
I would not recommend that.
Are any of the directors still on probation or off probation?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
2 are off probation.
That still would fall under a suitably qualified person, with 2 being off probation. Okay.
Someone. Councillor, would you consider an amendment to your motion? You need to put a name forward. That being the alternative name.
Mr. Mayor, doesn't the CEO just allocate someone? It's an operational.
It's a member's motion.
Can I ask a question? Why is it an option 2 with just a suitably qualified person? And wouldn't someone on probation then, not on probation, be a suitably qualified person? So there's no need to put a name forward because because that's option 2, has no name.
Can I just make, am I allowed to comment or do I have to ask a question?
Ask a question, if you would.
So I think the intent of the council has been expressed in that there is a desire to rotate the position through our directors, all of whom have either CEO or acting CEO experience to my knowledge. So regardless of probation or non-probation, they're still suitably qualified. But regardless of that, I think the intent is, it's been indicated that Mr. Jensen has had an opportunity, and so the next one of the other two, whether it's based on being on probation or not being on probation, be given an opportunity this time. That is my reading of the room.
Am I able to ask another question?
You're able to ask a question any time, councillor.
Thank you. Okay, we're discussing two suitably qualified persons, two directors in this instance, we think. So we haven't actually, obviously Leo Jensen has been asked if he would like to step up to this in the interim period. We don't know if it has been, we don't know the feelings of the other director who is off probation at this time, whether they would actually like to do the position.
Okay, thank you, councillor. I think just to clarify that position, we may go into I'll call for a motion to go into confidential for a period to 12:15. Could I have a motion from the floor?
We've already moved and seconded this one, so don't we have to vote on this first?
I just got to find out the reason, about staff.
Sorry.
You could adjourn if you prefer.
You have to be careful you don't talk. Yeah. You can't talk over the lunch break as such or in any other break, so you have to be careful what you discuss without going into confidential.
Sorry, we're drifting away. This is still on the video.
Right. I think we'll stick with that for the moment.
Okay.
Sharon, thank you.
So, procedural motion?
Yeah, I move a procedural motion that we go into confidential to discuss matter 12.1.
are going to confidential after this item, but we would need to go in now, if you.
Can I include those other items then?
Sure, we could lay this on
To
the tape,
expedite
perhaps.
it?
Yeah, that's probably the best way. So, procedural motion will be, just to add to it. Three. Just add to the motion, Mr. Mayor. Yes. I think that'll do it. But it will be a procedural motion.
I can move that. All right, I'm happy to move a procedural motion that in accordance with council standing orders for council meetings policy and the provisions of section 254J, subsection 3 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, council closed the meeting to the public to discuss confidential items as follows. 11.13 late item appointment of acting chief executive officer, closed under section 254J, subsection 3F.
Hang on a second.
Thank you for the correction. Subsection 3A. 12.1 later item, Councillor Mayor's South East Queensland Regional Waste Options, closed under section 254J, subsection 3G. 12.2 late item, Chief Executive Officer Annual Performance Review, closed under section 254J, subsection 3A. As discussions will be held about a proposed regional waste project and a performance review of the Chief Executive Officer and the appointment of an acting Chief Executive Officer. So moved. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And we will look to come back on the half hour. Thank you and welcome back. Could I please have a motion from the members to resume? Councillor Cryer.
I'd like to move the motion that council resume in open session for the proposal of resolutions.
Thank you. A second to the motion, Councillor Chalk. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now we will resume with item 11.13 and we'll turn to Councillor Cryer.
I'd like to put forward my amended motion that pursuant, or move the amended motion, that pursuant to section 195 of the Local Government Act 2009, council appoint Director Planning, Development and Environment, or Director of, I should say. No, okay. Development and Environment, Leo Jensen, as a suitably qualified person to act as Chief Executive Officer during the period 31st of January to 15th of February 2026 inclusive.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Hay, you're happy with the amendment? Yes. As a seconder? Thank you very much. Did you want to comment further, Councillor Hay? Councillor Cryer?
No, that's perfectly okay, thank you.
I put it to the members. Those in favour? Those against? Call for a division? Motion carried. I did call for a division. Those in favour were for the Mayor, Division 2, 4, 5 and 6 against Division 1 and 3. Thank you. Now I'll call upon Councillor Chalk to introduce item 12.10, 12.1.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'll introduce report 12.1, which is late item, Councillor Mayor, South East Queensland, regional waste options closed under section 254J3G. And I'll move the following motion that 1, Council enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Councillor Mayor, South East Queensland for the SEQ Regional Waste Project. And 2, Council requests that the Councillor Mayor, South East Queensland includes evaluations and impacts of other regional thermo treatment initiatives occurring across South East Queensland as part of its project progression.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sanders, thank you. Councillor Chalk?
Yeah, nothing to add, Mr Mayor, thank you.
I understand. Can I put it to the floor? Those in favour? Motion carried unanimously. And now call upon Councillor McInnes to introduce item 12.2.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Late item, Chief Executive Officer, Annual Performance Review, closed S254J3A. And I'll move straight to the motion. 1, that Council approve the Chief Executive Officer's performance agreement, including the organisational priorities for the next 12-month period. And 2, that Council approve the amended position description for the role of the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you. Could I have a seconder to the motion? Councillor Sanders. Councillor McInnes, anything further?
No, thanks, Mayor.
I put it to the members that those in favour of the motion? Carried unanimously. Thank you. That now concludes the ordinary meeting for today at 1:03 p.m. and thank you very much for your participation. Goodbye.